Excellency, please come to the floor. I'm not sure if Ambassador King is back from the hospital. Your Excellency, your representative, please come up. And Miss Lindy Way, I don't know if you have enough seats. And then the youth envoy. I will come back and forth. I think. Yeah. Yeah. We good? Professor Eddy, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my dear brother, thank you very much for facilitating this event. We were together in Accra a few days ago at the reflection organized by the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security on unconstitutional changes of government. And Mr. Chairman, the Ambassador, you were the overall moderator for the event. There were deputies and other people under you. So we are very honored to have you here to be facilitating this meeting, and also in your capacity as the head of the AGA Secretariat. And also let me join you in welcoming His Excellency Honorable Amos Masondo, who's the chairperson of the South African National Council of Provinces, the equivalent of the Senate. Our elder Minister Omar Defala, who we have worked with for many years from Chad, who's our focal point there. The Excellency Ambassador King, I understand yesterday he had a medical misfortune, but he's recovering very well. He's doing some weightlifting in his room, but he is represented here by an equally able colleague of ours, his colleague from the embassy. My brother, you're welcome. And I also love the color of your tie. And then, of course, our dear sister that we know, Mrs. Lindiwe Kumalo, is sitting there with us. They say you are acting. I don't know why you continue to be acting. She's the acting executive secretary of again, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, based in Bangalore, representing the chair of AGA for this cycle. And of course, our dear sister, the African Youth Envoy, newly elected, but already on the roller skates. And we welcome you, our dear sister. And the representative of the chairperson of the PRC Subcommittee on Human Rights, Democracy and Governance, our dear sister Paido Moya Melinda Michel, you are welcome. Distinguished representatives, colleagues, members of the AGA platform, our partners who are here and who continue to work with us, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also join Ambassador Sala in thanking you for your presence here and indeed welcome you to they call it the mother city because it is the city where South Africa was born. This is where the settlers arrived, but there were heroic fights fought by our people, but this is where South Africa started. And I also wish to welcome you all to this African Governance Consultative meeting. And then, of course, we will be launching the AGA Report 2021, which was presented by the former chair of the APRM Forum, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa Ramaphosa, who's also the President of the Republic of South Africa and was the chairperson of the APRM Forum of Heads of State and Government. He presented it to the ordinary session of the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, February 2022. You know, Your Excellencies, you'll recall that Assembly, the Assembly of the African Union, through decision 818, welcomed the development of the African Governance Report 2021 under the theme Africa Governance Future Scenarios 2063 is the one that I hope that our colleagues can circulate it. The report is outside and please make sure that all the participants have it before themselves. And you also take the opportunity, Your Excellencies, to thank colleagues who serve on our Continental Task Force that put together that report, as well as our colleagues from the Institute for Futures Research at the University of Stellenbosch and other participating African research institutes and experts who contributed to this work, and we commend them and thank them really for our contribution to developing the Africa Governance Futures Scenarios 2063. Furthermore, the Assembly requested the APRM, in collaboration with the African Governance Architecture, to officially launch the African Governance Report and widely disseminate it to this report, and call on all AGA platform members to incorporate the report in their annual work plans. The Assembly affirmed that the African Governance Report shall be developed by the APRM in collaboration with AGA and shall be presented to the Assembly every 2 years. So we now launching 2021 because of COVID, the Assembly could not receive it. And now we are working on the next installment for 2023. And during the presentation of the APRM reports to the 35th Ordinary Session, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Chairperson of the Forum, expressed concern on the resurgence of military coups on the continent. He affirmed the APRM's unwavering conviction that all kinds of unconstitutional change of government undermine the gains realized so far by the AU in areas of good governance, democracy, peace, security, and development. The African Union Peace and Security Council, at its 101,1061 session meeting held on the 21st January 2022, described the resurgence of unconstitutional changes of government in Africa as a phenomenon that undermines democracy, good governance, peace and security, and the collective quest to silence the guns in Africa by 2030. The PSC further stressed the urgent need to address the underlying causes of unconstitutional changes of government, including governance deficit, mismanagement of diversity, marginalization, violation of human and people's rights, refusal to accept electoral defeats, manipulation of constitutions, illegal review of constitutions, among other factors, as drivers of unconstitutional change of government in Africa. And of course, the PSC also requested the African Union Commission to undertake an in-depth analysis of the Lome 2020 Lome Declaration on Unconstitutional Change of Government and the AGA, with a view to ensure this framework and instrument respond appropriately to the challenges that the continent is currently facing, working with the AGA, and of course to submit this document to the PSC for consideration. The PSC also underscored the importance of enhancing the capacity of the APRM to continue supporting member states in the promotion of democracy and good governance with a view to preventing constitutional related crises on our continent. Your Excellencies, this statutory meeting that is sitting today is of course approved by the APRM, and we hope that in the course of our discussion over the next day or so, we will be able to look at the issues of unconstitutional government in the context of the discussion that will soon be held on the content of the Africa Governance Report 2023. We know that this is a big issue. Minister of Chad himself, he's a lead expert on this issue, and he will be sharing with us his wisdom on this matter. I would like to take this opportunity in this context, Excellencies, to sincerely thank His Honorable Amos Masondo, Chairperson of the South African National Council of Provinces, and the entire leadership of Parliament of South Africa to have agreed to grace this occasion, the occasion for the launch of the African Governance Report 2021. This is a clear demonstration of the government of South Africa's commitment to the African Union ideals of Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. We are very humble. For those of you who don't know Ambassador Mr. Amos Masondo, it is because of the disadvantage of age. Mr. Masondo is quite a well-known personality, not just in South Africa, but on the continent. I was saying to him yesterday that the responsibility that he has of being the head of the second house of South African Parliament is far lower than his achievement in life. His achievement in life can only be described as those, he ranks very, very high because for many years he dedicated his entire life serving the people of South Africa in the struggle against apartheid. He has had many responsibilities. So I'm very, very honored to have him in our presence here. He brings with him history and also his wisdom. So we're really honored, and we're also honored to have Minister Defala here. Minister Defala, you know him. He always says he's the son of a nomad. He wrote a book about his life as a son of a nomad. He spent most of his days in the desert, growing up there. I was saying that I want to go to his birthplace. He says, I can't remember. And I've been saying I want to go to the desert. He says that the life in the desert is very hard. but here he is, and we're very happy to have him with here today. So really, Your Excellencies, I join me really in welcoming this distinguished guest and probably even recognize them by giving them a round of applause. With these few remarks, I would like to hand over the microphone to the moderator of this session, Ambassador Sala, who's a dear friend of mine, and to really thank you very much for being here. We'll be together. And I did say, Honorable Masondo, while I'm still waiting for Ambassador Sala to come, that here you've got heads of the various organs of the African Union. We've got what is called the African Governance Architecture. We have two architectures. We have the African Peace and Security Architecture, and then the main organ around there is the Peace and Security Council. And then we have the governance sector, which is called the African Governance Architecture. So here you have the heads of the organs. So some we are in South Africa. It's us. It's NEPAD. It's the Pan-African Parliament. Then you have Banjul. Then you have others from Arusha. There we have our courts that are based in Arusha. So really here you could say the institutional element that is holding the African Union peace and security architecture on the continent. So really, colleagues, you are welcome, and thank you very much for being here. I hand over the microphone back to my colleague. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the CEO of APRM. Before we proceed to the next speaker, there is an announcement to be done by the IT person. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies. I'll just take you through the interpretation steps again for those who are still struggling online. So at the bottom of your screens, if you're using a laptop, you'll see a number of icons. Kindly select the one called Interpretation. And there, you'll have two options, English and French. Select the language of your preference, and then click on Mute Original Language. I'll go through it again. At the bottom of your screens, you'll see a number of icons. Select the one called Interpretation. Pick the language of your preference, English or French, and then select Mute Original. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as it has been shared by Professor Maloka, that the African governance architecture known as AGA has been declared or has been adopted by the heads of the state and government in 2011 as a structure or as a strategy that will address issues of governance, deficit, and issues related to rule of law, constitutionalism, as well as the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent. The African Governance Platform, which is the arm that implements activities and programs as well as flagship projects of the architecture, the AGA, is a platform that brings all AU organs with governance mandate, and that's almost all the organs of the AU and the institutions of the AU, as well as the regional economic communities together under the same umbrella to speak with one voice on issues related to democratic governance, human rights, rule of law, and constitutionalism. The chairperson of the African Governance Platform is usually in office for 2 years, unless, of course, there's an attempt of a coup d'etat, which is something yet to happen. So far, since the establishment of the African Governance Platform, the power has been always handed over peacefully and democratically without any attempt of a coup d'etat, unless that is something that the Secretariat is not aware of. But for this year and for this term, the chairperson of the African Governance Platform is the African Commission on Human and People's Rights based in Bangalore, and they usually chair at both levels, political and technical. and the vice chair is IGAD. The IGAD is based in Djibouti, and later on we will hear more about what is IGAD is all about. So it is now my singular honor to invite the chair of the African Governance Platform at the technical level, the Executive Secretary of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Madame Lindy Kumalo, to address this meeting. Thank you very much. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Ambassador Sala and Prof, for inviting me to address this meeting. I hope there are no clandestine, attempts to unseat me as chairperson of the AGA at the technical level. Your Excellency, my fellow ceremonial speakers at the podium, guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. This morning, I have the privilege of representing Honorable Remi Ngoy Lumbu, who is the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the chairperson of the African Governance Architecture at the political level. He regrets that he is unable to be with us here during this important set of engagements, and he sends his regards to us all. He has left it to me as the chairperson at the technical level to ably represent him in the deliberations to come. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as newly elected chair of the African Governance Architecture, I've commenced my mandate at a time in the continent when numerous challenges relating to conflict and unconstitutional changes in government are occurring. The mandate of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, indeed the mandates of all our organs and autonomous entities within the platform, enjoin us to work in tandem to support member states in finding effective African solutions and responses to real and present African problems. The pressing responsibility that we have is to advise member states on actions that could be taken to curb this disturbing trend on the continent, which trend must have been envisaged by the Union when it adopted its Agenda 2063, particularly the aspiration number 3, that is, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. The Agenda 2063 envisaged at its core that all organs with a human rights or governance mandate would use their structures and would at all times avail their technical to place it at the disposal of member states as they grapple with important issues on the continent. There's been no more important time than this for our organs collectively to consider the various ways in which we can jointly formulate methodologies that would serve as early warning measures and mechanisms, as well as resolution mechanisms to address the conflicts and unconstitutional changes in government within the African continent. I therefore wish to commend the APRM for being at the head of the curve in introducing the debate on around the question of unconstitutional changes in government to the platform, and for the platform to have supported this conversation on how the platform members, both singularly and jointly, can use their mechanisms to strengthen responses of member states. The deliberations of this technical meeting would place the platform in a much stronger position to take stock of insights drawn from our various perspectives and to pull them together to enrich further actions. Now, in addition to the important discussions on unconstitutional changes in government, as has been said, there is also a second an important purpose why we are here. And I extend Honorable Lumbu's congratulations to the APRM as it celebrates 2 years of hard work and consistent quality of effort, which the APRM has come to be known for in launching of its 2021 report on African governance futures for the Africa that we want. In true tradition of the APRM, this theme was conceived, but also in conceiving this theme, the APRM did not do this alone. It had the foresight and the leadership to be inclusive in its approaches and its methodologies at all times, bringing all the organs along with it. And so we take this opportunity today to be part of this important launch and this momentous occasion of introducing this report to the world. I would like to invite all members of the AGA present in the discussions ahead, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Madame Lindiwe Khumalo, the Executive Secretary of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Chairperson of the African Governance Platform at the technical level. The youth envoy of the African Union has been playing an important role on advocating for the engagement of youth in all the affairs of the African Union, and she has been very active in this role since her recent appointment. We were trying as AGA Secretariat to get hold of her for the longest until we finally found her yesterday on the car with us from the airport to the hotel. And it was a good opportunity to discuss so many things. So I would say the discussion began yesterday, but certainly will continue, and hopefully we'll be able to again have an engagement with you, Honorable or Excellency Youth Envoy in Addis, when you come to officially assume your office in Addis Ababa. But we want to congratulate you as AGA Secretariat and to wish you all the best in this term or during this term, and to commit and recommit the readiness of the AGA Secretariat to support you with your mandate. Congratulations. Please let's welcome the youth envoy, Ms. Chedu Mpepa, to the floor, to the high table. Thank you. To the podium.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sala, for such a warm welcome. And I'm also looking forward to working closely with you as I, prepare to relocate to Addis. Although I will admit I will miss my home in South Africa and being close to APRM in Johannesburg, but I really look forward to working closely with everyone. And I would like to stand on already observed protocol, and I thank you for inviting me to be part of this event. As it is a great honor for me to be here in the mother city in Cape Town, and I stand here representing the voices of young people in Africa as we commence the AGA platform consultative meeting on the 2023 Africa Governance Report. Permit me to also congratulate the AGA platform for successfully producing the first and second Africa Governance Reports and wish this gathering a fruitful discussion towards the production of the third edition, earmarked to focus on the unconstitutional changes of government in Africa. I am thankful to Professor Eddie Maloka and his team at the APRM for prioritizing youth mainstreaming in their programming and constantly reporting on youth matters. In this regard, I also wish to invite young people to form part of the APRM youth programs, especially the annual APRM Youth Synopsism and other youth-led activities. Young people occupy a critical place in the governance of Africa, and the progress of Africa's Agenda 2063 and the SDGs are dependent on the extent to which the youth are mainstreamed in the various stages of the implementation of such initiatives. Excellencies, Africa is a youthful continent with a youth constituting of over 60% of the continent's population. A few leave young people behind. Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, which envisions an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially its women and its youth, and caring for children. And this will be jeopardized if we leave Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063 behind. Excellencies, the recent spate of coups and unconstitutional changes of government can be attributed to bad governance. More than ever, African societies need to rework on their social contracts whilst implementing African Union normative frameworks for good political, economical, social, and corporate governance, democracy, the rule of law, respect of human rights, and peaceful resolutions of conflicts. The AGA platform remains Africa's source of hope for this to be achieved. AU member states crucially need to stop looking at youth as a demography to be governed, but rather partners for a peaceful and prosperous Africa for us all. Young people have already been mobilizing their leaders to ensure signature, ratification, and implementation of the AU policy frameworks that promote peace. Central to these policies in the African Youth Charter, to date, the Youth Charter has not archived universal accession. I therefore request AGA platform members to upscale their charter and crucially for AU members to sign for this important policy. One of the key priority areas of my tenure as the Youth Envoy is to ensure that all AU organs and directorates embark on activities that reach young people. In that way, the African Plan of Action for Youth Empowerment, APAYE, can be implemented and reach the 300 million young people through the African Union Chairperson's initiative, 1 million, the next mile. As we deliberate and share ideas on Africa Governance Report 2023, I urge you to listen to the concerns of young people. As a youth envoy, I will use my office and reach to get young people to provide their inputs and to this report. With this, I would like to request for the assistance of APRM, AGA, Political Affairs and Peace and Security Department, as well as other AGA platform members in doing so. I urge the AGR experts to consider nominating a group of young people who can champion the AGRA and also contribute to the AGRA experts reference point. In that way, the AGA platform will be practicing what it promotes, youth mainstreaming and meaningful engagement. In conclusion, I want to thank the government of South Africa and the organization of this gathering for their hospitality. And I also belatedly wish the APRM a happy 19th anniversary. May the collaboration between the AGA platform members and youth formations at large continue to grow and serve the needs of the African youth to achieve the Africa that we want. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed, the AU Youth Envoy. Indeed, Africa as a young continent with its, let's say 65% of its population below the age of 35, if not more. The African youth deserve to be heard simply because they are the majority, but also because they are the assets that we really have in our campaign to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. Once again, thank you very much for your statement. And now I have the honor to invite His Excellency Ambassador Conley King, the permanent representative of Sierra Leone to the African Union and the representative of the chairperson of the APR forum, who will be delivering the statement through his representative. You have the floor, please. Thank you. Please welcome the representative of the APR chair. Thanks.
Good morning. I have the privilege and the honor to represent Ambassador Adekunle, who could not make it to this meeting due to some health reasons. Ambassador Salah, chairman of this program, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Also, I want to convey to this August gathering that I have been delegated by Ambassador King to read the speech verbatim. So, what you're about to hear from the ambassador. I feel much honored to be part of this distinguished gathering and to convey fraternal greetings on behalf of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the government and people of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and on my personal behalf. I must confess that I am a testament of the hospitality of the government and people of this great country, South Africa. When I presented my letter of credence to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa last year, October, I would therefore like to use this unique opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the government and people of South Africa for their hospitality to all participants, including myself, and for the excellent preparations for this meeting. Also, I would be remiss in my duty if I fail to extend my deepest satisfaction to the APRM Continental Secretariat for their outstanding role in organizing this all-important meeting and for the honor to welcome this August gathering. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our meeting here today is to map out strategies in line with the AU's response to the proliferation of unconstitutional change of government on our continent and the theme of the 2023 edition of the Africa Governance Report. The recent wave of military coup in Africa has raised concern for the AU and its various organs, including the APRM, whose CEOs decried such phenomenon in a statement commemorating the 19th anniversary of the organization earlier this month. It is telling that the theme of this year APRM Day was to strengthen democracy, good governance, and constitutionalizing, which resonates with the hues and the cries of the people of our great continent. The recent unfolding event to arbitrarily change constitutionally elected government to a military regime through rogue means or armed conflict have continued to derail the great stride that the continent has made over the years in strengthening and maintaining democracy. Sadly, these recent developments in the continent were thought to have been concealed in the dark side of our history. However, not so long ago, we have witnessed an alarming regression of coup and political instability in many places in the continent, particularly in West Africa. It is my conviction that this recent development carry a negative message, not only to our international partners, but also raise questions about democratic credentials as a continent. I personally feel today's meeting, bordering around the issue of coup, should not be part of our discourse at this 21st century, but rather find a sustainable solution to Africa's woes. Lack of intertrade, women empowerment, and the guard child, provision of the basic amenities, technological advancement, as we live in an age of information technology, to give us comparative advantage in the global arena should be the personal quest between the people and their governments. I must hasten to say also that despite the COVID-19 and its anomalies ravaging the world, the cases and fatalities are still comparatively low in Africa than in other world regions. Truth be told, we are happy that the death rate in our continent at the height of the pandemic was low, not knowing that an epidemic of coup would ensue in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Guinea, resulting to policymakers and decision makers immensely worried about mayhem in those countries and the spillover effect in West Africa, taking cognizance of the African Union's unshaken commitment to silencing the guns by 2030 and realize the Agenda 2063. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the absence of constitutionalism does not just conclude threats to peace, democracy, and the rule of law, it also potentially menace to our hand development gains, which experts say have considerably reversed by the pandemic, for which our health system were ill prepared to handle. We are here today forced to pool our resources at the AU to tackle, mitigate, and prevent future coups for fear of seeing instability spread all over the region of our dear continent. Our response must be swift, adequate, imbued with hope and compassion for the people whose lives have been upended by the unconstitutional change of government. The decision to organize in Malabo in May this year an extraordinary summit of the AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government on terrorism and unconstitutional change of regime demonstrates the gravity of the political situation in Africa and the seriousness with which our leaders are contemplating it. The AU ought to look into the causes of unconstitutional change of government, changes of constitutions, and decision to extend term limits, a blow to the consideration of democracy and the rule of law, as much as coup and cognate attempt to gain power unlawfully. It is my hope that the proposed structure of the African Governance Report 2023, which will be submitted by my president, His Excellency Dr. Julius Matabio, Chair of the APIM Forum of Heads of State and Government, to the AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government during the extraordinary summit in Malabo, will be accepted, and that the APIM will produce an objective report that diagnoses painstakingly the causes of unconstitutional seizure of power and offers durable solution to them. May I also use this opportunity to call on member states to enhance their partnership with the AU through the APRM in a bid to improving the governance structure in order to conceive a future without armed conflict, economic deprivation, and address every problem without recourse to coup. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I also implore African leaders and the governments to build on the gains that have been made by the African Union through the APRM and its various organs, and urge us all to strive to develop a resilient African identity that will guarantee equal rights and opportunities for our citizens with a renewed hope and aspiration for the future generation. I wish us all a successful deliberation and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, and we certainly pray and wish His Excellency Ambassador King SPD and full recovery. Thank you very much for your statement once more, and indeed there's really need for member states to support the African Union efforts to promote democratic governance, rule of law, constitutionalism, and the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent, so we can avoid conflicts or more conflicts to erupt, and also that we will deepen democracy and good governance for building the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve. I have the honor now to call on a mentor to me personally and to many African young men and women, but also an icon of the APRM who devoted his life, in fact, for the promotion of democracy and good governance across the continent, not only in his home country, Chad. And despite, I'm not going to say the age because you're still very young, Your Excellency, as we all are. Despite all of this, you have been really on the road all the time advocating for democracy and good governance on the continent, encouraging the African young men and women to be part of the democratic processes in Africa. And you certainly deserve a very, I'm not going to say round, but I would say an African round of applause, the African way. It's my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Khayar Omar Tafalla, the APR focal person or focal point for the Republic of Chad. You have the floor, Excellency.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Chairman, representatives of the Forum of Heads of State in Africa, Secretary General, my dear brothers and sisters, all of you, according to your rank and status, your official status and your official rank, I am very honored to be amongst you, to address you, and to tell you about the situation in my country. I would like to now, when there are lots of changes taking place in Africa, unfortunately through coup d'etat, I would like to talk about the state and the status of my country. And we have just had a rebellion and overturn of the government, and we have had to take responsibility to redress the situation. You know, our commitments in Africa since more than 30 years, mean that power cannot be acquired through arms, but through voting, free, transparent voting, and watched by the Republic and by the continent of Africa in general. And that way, we deserve credit. The one who is chosen must be recognized. Otherwise, he will not be recognized as a democratically elected president. As far as the experience is concerned in my country, we have had several experiences of transition. Maybe the youngsters do not know about this. But the process, the permanent process in which Chad finds itself is in fact changing. The first experience Chad had was after the assassination of the reign of the first president of Chad on the 13th of April in 1975. During that period, the High Council was elected by a military agency and by the military society, and we signed the peace accord with the Council of the Armed Forces of the North and the African Union. These agreements, or the called the Khartoum agreements. Experience number 2. In 1978, following the signing of the agreement of Khartoum, the armed forces of the North came in power, and it was the end of the long military transition rule, and it was a new democratic transition that was formed. In 1979, there were agreements between the Prime Minister and the General Malou on the interpretation of the Agreement of Khartoum and on the Transition Charter. Each one was attributing powers to him and herself, and facing the blockage on 12th of February in 1979, the transitional government, in which were the members of the transitional government, the government of Malou was successful. And from there, in April 1979, we had the agreement of Kano. The conference was presided by Kanusa, Vice President of Nigeria, of Sanju. This agreement only held for 4 months. We set up a government directed by Kanoe. First, Prime Minister of the government had the function of head of state, Minister of Defense, and there as well we had what we called an armed fraternity. I call it. Myself and many others are of the same region, And from one day to the next, we had war. And for 9 months, we left and fought the battle. The battle was ended in 1980. We reunited, and for us, the adversary was not what we called the Kuni, but the adversary was Libya, because they had a different vision for our country. 11 months later, in June 82, the troops entered Kamena and set up the national government, and we elected a head of state, and he set up a government and an armed force between Libya and the country. In 84 till September 87, we literally won over Libya. There is the Libyan army in Libya, but there is also an Islamic front. These are African citizens who join in order to defend the country. So all along our history, we have had problems with our neighbors. It's as if you had a neighbor who's constantly looking over your shoulder to see if you took your breakfast correctly, whether your wife is wearing a beautiful dress or not. So we found ourselves defending our country. And then at a specific moment, Libya found itself in a position where they thought they had won the war. But it's not the country, it's the soldiers and the generals who win the war. And they were in fact officers, and they thought they'd won the war. We found that there was a rebellion, an organized rebellion, which was ended by the drawing up of a constitution on the 1st of April 89 until the 1st of December 90. That is what happened. What we call the government of transition, of national unity. And this regime constituted the National Council of 1990 until 93, and we adopted the new orientation of the Republic, and we finally had the presidential election, a legal election in 96. But we have to say that certain people amongst you think that the people of Chad are constantly disturbing, and it is true, nobody likes to fight, or likes war, but we have had to go to war. The sixth mandate was confirmed on the 15th of April 2021. Yeah, and we had elections 2021 on the 15th of April. Our president was elected. On the 15th of April, we had what we call the National Committee for Elections, and it was confirmed that Idris was elected with 86%. At the same moment, do you remember, in Libya, the United Nations had a meeting in Germany and decided that all armed groups which served the Libyan forces had to leave. And the mercenaries who were on the side of Astar went to Tripoli and went back to the Sahel, and the others regrouped the people of the Sahel and went to Chad. And I must tell you that I knew President Idris because I asked him, why does he take so many risks? Why is he not going to war? And he says, Professor, I don't want my mother to cry because I'm no longer there. I love my mother. And I don't want any of my soldiers to be mourned by his mother. That's why I want to take the same risks they take. So on the 18th of April, 2021, he went to stop the agreement, or he stopped the army which came from Libya, and which consisted of 1,500 armed vehicles. We called them mercenaries because they were not normal soldiers, and there was a war fight that in fact injured many. The head of the État-Major called upon the army, called upon the state. 2,000 soldiers went to the capital. We had to stop them. The head of state who had to stop them died. And now the one that has to take over presidency constitutionally is the President of the National Assembly. The President of the National Assembly went to Yamena, to the palace of the President, to say, Mr. President, our President has died. You now are the constitutional new President, the new President of the Assembly. He says, I am ill. I cannot take responsibility. So you have to understand, it wasn't a coup d'etat. And young Mohammed, when he was in the fight, he was 50 kilometers from his father. He also led the fight. His father died and he was not informed. He wasn't informed, but it's only when the vice president, everything that was set up by the constitution did not work. The troops, the mercenaries were at 200 kilometers from Jemena. We are talking here, therefore, about a civil war. Look at this situation in Chad. And the Major General called upon the Vice President to come and present condolences and set up a new government. But he was not informed of the death of his father. So they appointed the oldest general and asked him what had to be done. Unanimously, they decided that the most awarded, Mohammed, could take the power and called upon the young people to return to the country. But he never asked. I never saw him during the protocol events. He never sat next to the president, except for sharing a meal, perhaps. But the general said, okay, we now will take care of the mercenaries. We are going to capture the 1,500 soldiers. Many have died or have gone into the desert. Once the power was restored, no one wanted to be minister. We appointed a prime minister from amongst the civilians. This prime minister had to lead the transition with ministers that were hopefully competent. But the problem we have is we said we should be able to reconcile the whole cabinet. All those who are being reviewed, those who have left Chad for one or other reason had to come back. We should have a national conference, a sovereign national conference that should be that should draw up a constitution to see what has to happen in Chad. They have to present a program, and those who are elected may stay, those who are not elected have to leave. That is the situation in which we are now. And I must say that the African Union, our partners in matters concerning the government, we in the media are still called rebels. We did not have a coup d'etat as one normally calls it, because the officers in times of war should normally be in the front or at the front, not in their offices. They should fight with the soldiers. Everything I have just said to you is we have bread on our board. Each one has a specific case to tell. Either the constitutional system is blocked, or in the case of Chad, where since 62 we have had rebellion upon rebellion, or young people are trained to fight against terrorism. The only war we need is not an armed war of army against army, but an army in the shadows against another army in the shadows. So it is the intelligentsia that have to win. So that is what I wanted to tell you this morning. And I must tell you that me and the president, we have ties that date back to 50 years ago. I taught him as a professor in the classroom. He was a fighter when I was a soldier. He was a minister when I became a president. And I'm one of the very few people, when something doesn't work, I go and see him, I go and help him, he helps me. And more specifically, I must tell you that he is a man, he is a president who loves Africa. African, he is a general, but it is a pure man. He is ready to leave his presidency in order to look after Chad. When Sudan and Chad did not get along, when there were rebels, he took his plane, he went to see Bashir to tell him, we are brothers, why must we fight each other? We have 4,000 men, Sudanese warriors, to in fact look after our security and safety. Chad, Libya, Sudan, we all get along, we should get along. And I would like to thank you for having invited me. And remember what I told you in your meetings. We need your help, your support. You have to understand us, and therefore we need your solidarity.
Listen to you carefully, and we learn from the story you have shared, from the history you have narrated before us here, for all of us to learn from and to also be aware of. And certainly that experience in Chad is extremely important, not only for that region, but for the entire continent, because the peace and security of Chad is quite important for the region. The Lake Chad region is also the region of the Sahel. So we thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sharing that experience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to listen to the keynote address by our special guest of honor. Mr. Amos Masando was a hero during the struggle, but also he devoted his life to promote good governance and democracy, not only in South Africa, but in fact, in all Africa as a continent. We thank you, Your Excellency, for availing yourself to be part of this opening ceremony, despite your very busy schedule. And we are here to listen to you and to learn from you and from your experience and also from your knowledge. And indeed, this meeting will take note of every word that you will say, and we are very sure that we will benefit from every word that you will share with us today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to call on His Excellency, Mr. Amos Musando, the Chairperson of the South African National Council of Provinces, that is the upper house of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, you have the floor, please.
Greetings and good morning. The program facilitator, Ambassador Salah Hamad, Chief of the African Peer Review Mechanisms Continental Secretariat, Professor Eddie Maluka, eminent persons, and Your Excellencies, the representatives of the member states, esteemed panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Program facilitator, it is an honor to be afforded this rare opportunity to deliver this brief address as a guest of honor on the occasion of the launch of the African Governance Report 2021 and the first consultative meeting on the development of the AGR 2023. I bring along with me the warm and fraternal greetings from the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. The mission of the leadership of the African Union with all its subsidiary structures, including the Pan-African Parliament, is to affirm the 1.3 billion African population as the primary beneficiaries of governance. They, the people, possess the primary power which needs to manifest it in faster growth in the quality of their lives. As well articulated in the Vision 2063, the Africa we want, the Africa Governance Report, past and future, are a potent instrument for effectively tracking and improving people's well-being through proper and effective governance. Numerous independent and own evaluative instruments are showing good progress in various areas, including entrenchment of democracies and strengthening of continental governance structures. This also includes the AGR mechanism, economic growth rates, and the recent electoral victories anchored on good governance and anti-corruption in South Africa and Nigeria. Many would agree that there are numerous resilient challenges, risks, and developments that constitute a significant threat to the attainment of the 2063 vision. The World Economic Forum Risk Landscape Report tabulates the following challenges. unemployment and underemployment, underinvestment on critical infrastructure, the fiscal crisis occasioned by the growing and unsustainable debt trap, with aggregate continental debt doubling in just 5 years, with undesirable trade-offs in terms of other development interventions. The vulnerability to ravages of climate change, compounded by droughts and floods, as well as the resurgence of unconstitutional changes to government. A mere glance at other reports on where Africa stands, including the World Happiness Index, the UN Inequality Report, and the Mo Ibrahim Foundation's reflections, reveal that we have a mountain to climb in order to overcome the many challenges facing our continent. These challenges include poor governance, corruption, declining public trust in state institutions, growing insecurities worsened by the emergence of armed rebels that have many manifestations, including the displacement of people and refugees, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. These ugly outcomes of governance and leadership failures, amongst others, in our continent, forces thousands of people to flee their countries, risk their lives to seek better life elsewhere. Of course, we must stop these trends, with the parliaments of Africa reaffirming their role of oversight, lawmaking, and promotion of citizens' meaningful participation in governance. Your role in this regard is critical. Some of our parliaments went through various phases, such as the South African Parliament, which emerged as people's greatest hope after liberation and our independence, reaching 64.9% public trust levels in 2004, climbing to 25% in 2017, and growing again steadily to reach 45% in 2021 in terms of the Ipsos findings. There is hope that with the African peer review mechanisms and its various instruments, including the Africa Governance Report, will help reinforce all positive endeavors, ensuring that we turn the tide and remain on course. Our august gathering today with all these eminent persons and panelists to launch a comprehensive program of availing the AGR 2021 to all stakeholders and citizens of the continent kicks off an elaborate consultative program for the development of the AGR 2023. In my view, given so much negativity, it is no exaggeration from a facilitator to say this is a cause for celebration. In their book, Why Nations Fail, Akemoglu and Robinson flagged the inability of nations to anticipate disasters and serious threats in order to prepare for their own survival. I believe that your collective effort may, a program facilitator, prod all of us in the right direction. I appreciate the work that has gone into the development of the AGR 2021 titled Africa's Governance Future, Futures for Africa We Want, developed under the guidance of the African Union, Agenda 2063. I also wish you success with the development of the 2023 report. Program facilitator, in many respects, the work of the APRM is beneficial to the Pan-African Parliament in the process of carrying out its mandate. These reports that focus on the state of governance in Africa can enable us to have an honest, candid, and frank discussions on critical matters facing the continent. As you are aware, the Constitutive Act of the AU, which established a Pan-African Parliament, provides that the Pan-African Parliament shall ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. Since its inception, the Pan-African Parliament has prioritized, amongst others, the question of peace and security. It also passes it has also passed many resolutions that seeks to improve democracy and good governance across the continent. The resolution on African Continental Free Trade Area and free movement of persons has captured the imagination of many. However, it is important to note that much more work needs to be done to translate this into practical implementations. In this regard, the collaborative work of the APRM and African governance architecture could assist the Pan-African Parliament to continue to improve and deepen its work. Program facilitated the APRM's 2019 Inaugural Africa Governance Report, titled Promoting African Union Shared Values, provides the AU member states with a comprehensive baseline to assist governments to enhance governance in respect to transformative leadership, constitutionalism and the rule of law, peace, security and governance, silencing the guns, the nexus of development and governance, and the role of the regional economic communities in African governance. The report makes very useful recommendations in relation to the above focal areas, including the promotion of democratic principles and institutions, popular participation, and good governance under the area of transformative leadership. Furthermore, the Africa Governance Report 2021 being launched today provides African governance future scenarios building process by outlining possible scenarios that can lead to best, worst, or surprise case scenarios. Program facilitator, the report contains a set of issues that resonate well with the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, including those that are listed here under elections, for example, harmonizing the practice of election observer missions in regional bodies and the AU to boost credibility and develop guidelines and common approach to add value. Institutions, for example, improving transparency to facilitate governance, peer reviews, and assessments, including the views of multiple stakeholders and the rule of law, for example, prioritizing the streamlining legal frameworks between the AU, regional entities, and member states. The Pan-African Parliament, which is undergoing transformation from an advisory body into a legislative forum, is strategically empowered to consider and examine the recommendations contained in the report and to act on them. Both the 2019 and 2021 reports contain important recommendations, which can go a long way in aiding the parliaments or assemblies of AU member states, acting individually and collectively through the Pan-African Parliament to rally the peoples of Africa around the AU's Agenda 2063 in the different national and local constituencies. In conclusion, the Africa Governance Report Program Facilitator is an outstandingly laudable contribution to the APRM and to AGA. Perhaps we should at all times reflect on those who came before us, especially iconic leaders of the continent like Julius Malema Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth Kaunda, Samora Machel, Patrice Lumumba, Nelson Mandela, Thomas Sankara, and many, many others, and find inspiration, not only from what they said, but what they accomplished in the context of their time. We know that the AU continues to grapple with complex and difficult issues. Let us add our shoulder to the wheel. Let us contribute in building a better Africa and a better world. Let us do so with vigor and the necessary passion. Allow me, Program Facilitator, to conclude by saying thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to say these few words. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson of the Republic of South Africa National Council of Provinces, we thank you so much for your statement, and certainly have taken notes of every word that you mentioned, and Africa needs to learn from the experiences of its heroes, no doubt about that. We thank you once more, and would like to invite you back to the podium to declare the meeting officially open, if you don't mind. Declare the meeting officially open.
No, thank you very much. It is indeed an honor for me to stand in front of you now and to declare this meeting officially opened.
I didn't want to do it on your behalf because that would be considered unconstitutional change of Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move now to the next part of this program, and that is the launch, or the official launch of the report, the Africa Governance Report 2021. I'd like to invite Madam Lindy Kumalo, the Chairperson of the African Governance Platform, to the high table to part of this process, and also Professor Eddie Maloka to deliver a few words on behalf of members of the panel on this occasion of the launch of the Africa Governance Report 2021.
No, we just take it. We just take it. Yeah. She wanted to make a statement. The report is formally launched.
On behalf of members of the African Governance.
Okay, I've been asked to launch this report, co-launch it with my colleague, APRM. This is the product of 2 years of hard work of the APRM working together with the members of the AGA. And we raise it for confirmation that these are the recommendations that we are putting out jointly to member states for their consideration.
Thank you.
No, we take a distance.
Let's request members of the panel to stand so we can take a photo, please. Yeah, a group photo. Well, let's remain standing, and let me invite all participants to stand. Please remain standing for the anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you. May please. Yes. This is Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed to the group 2 and will be led by our beautiful young lady, Lizway. Please, outside. Fantastic. So let's go outside for the group photo. Thank you very much. And this is the end of the opening ceremony. I think as facilitator, I also deserve a round of applause. This is yours. Everything? Thank you so much. Wonderful. Well done.
You know, people say they go back to mommy, no. That kid says, yes, I'm saying, look, it's just, you know. I know something.
So I could just sit where I am.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, English booth. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. We are about to begin our program. I think nobody is listening. Madam Rufina.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please take our seat? The next session, the interactive session on the launch of the Africa Governance Report 2021 is about to start. Can you please help us with the door behind? Thank you. Thanks, Longs. Thank you so much, colleagues. Excellencies, I stand once again on the protocols that have been observed on the podium. We are about to go to the next part of the event, which is an interactive session on the launch of the Africa Governance Report 2021. And I will call on the stage the Principal Political Affairs Officer of the East African Community, Mr. David Onen, to take over the facilitation of the presentation of the key outcomes and recommendations of the Africa Governance Report 2021. Thank you so much. Can we please give him a round of applause as he approaches the stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to repeat the protocol, organize all the protocol. As said, my name is David Michael Onen. I'm coming from the East African Community and head of the Department of Political Affairs and a member of AGA platform. We are given this session of 30 minutes to reflect on the outcomes and recommendations of the African Governance Report of 2021. And I have key stakeholders who are going to deliver on this interactive session. And without much ado, I would like to welcome the presenter of this interactive session, Dr. Jerry Mogiru from the Institute of Futures Research. If you are in the house, please, you are most welcome. And can take the center seat. I have 3 discussants for this session. And the one we have, I think, present with us here is Mrs. Rufina Magwe Mani from ECAS, representative to the AU. Welcome, Mrs. Rufina. We shall have 2 other discussants, probably from participating virtually online. And that is Dr. Solomon Deso. I hope our colleagues who are managing him from online will help us to put him on alert. That's the director of Amani Africa from Ethiopia. And then the second one is Dr. Kabele Masklosa, who is also going to discuss the presentation online. If all are online and present, I would like now to kick off with the presentation from Dr. Njeri. As I find my way also to sit, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Facilitator and Chair. I stand on all protocols observed. To all the esteemed guests and participants at this consultative meeting, Good morning, and thank you very much for having me here. I will be making a few comments on the key outcomes and recommendations of the Africa Governance Report 2021. My name is Dr. Njeri Mwageru from the Institute of Futures Research based at Stellenbosch University. We were collaborating with the APRM and the AGA platform on the production of this report. So if we can move swiftly through the slides, thank you. So at the University of Stellenbosch Business School, we responded to the call from the APRM as the one and only institute of its kind linked to the only academic program of future studies at Stellenbosch University. And we were interested in partnering on a number of areas, if we can go to the next slide, on a collaboration partnership with the APRM. And as part of this, research and authorship, including publishing and expert forums. If we can go to the next slide. We collaborated on the Africa Governance Report 2021, looking at Africa governance futures for the Africa we want. And our main role here was to offer our strategic foresight and futures thinking expertise. And if we can go to the next slide. The purpose of the Africa Governance Report, as we well know, is to provide informative assessments, expert research and analysis based that is evidence-based as well as balanced, looking at highlighting best practices for peer sharing on governance issues, looking at constraints and challenges, as well as recommendations for enhanced governance. And as the next slide showed, this is part of the monitoring and evaluation of key governance areas, the tracking and implementation of the UN SDGs and the African Union Agenda 2063, and the expanded mandate of the APRM, which positions the unit as a tool for early warning on conflict prevention. The Africa Governance Report 2019 provided a baseline study on the state of current governance in Africa, looking at 5 thematic areas and 31 recommendations. On the basis of this, we developed the Africa Governance Report 2021, that was looking to ask a few questions rather. Based on the 2019 trends, what direction is Africa governance headed into? What are the uncertainties, the drivers, the critical impacts, and what are the implications of these trends as well? So with the Africa Governance Report 2021, we looked at 4 scenarios for Africa governance: a baseline, a best case, a worst case, and a surprise case scenario. The process for the development of this scenario was consultative, participatory, representative, and included high-level and strategic inputs. The process also unfolded on several levels, including research engagements across the core research teams at the Stellenbosch University and APRM, a continental reference group made up of multi-stakeholder expertise across thematic areas, high-level consultations with the national governing councils and the focal points of the APRM, then focus group scenario building workshops across the case study selected countries for the study, and finally, policy discussion and validation workshops in the conclusion of the report. The report, in terms of a thematic and content outline, looked at framing the key issues for the research, engaging with rigorous data collection that was desktop-based as well as an e-online survey. We then had a range of consultative engagements with our multi-stakeholder group, and we wrapped up the process with critical analysis, interpretation, and highlighting the implications for policy. The analytical framework and our approach to how we developed futures was guided by the normative visions of the documents of the AU bodies. It was also guided by the current trends and the directions in which our exploratory analysis indicated these trends were going. And it was also focused on a strategic orientation in terms of what policy actions, what strategic action areas are required to achieve African governance futures we want for 2063. The working group exercises were also rigorous and thorough, looking at imagining African futures across the 4 scenario types and across the levels from global to regional, national, local, institutional, and at citizen level as well. We asked our participants to help us think systematically about the features and characteristics of African governance in 2063 across each of those units of analysis, and looking at particular features and characteristics that should inform governance actions today for a future that we want to build tomorrow. The critical impact factors that emerged from the discussions with our multi-stakeholder groups, as well as from the e-online surveys, pointed to topics and issues that have already been raised by our esteemed speakers this morning. Importantly, the need to include women and youth as a core demographic and human resource base that remains underutilized in terms of the potential offered, and a key driver here would be inclusivity and rights. Also, the need to recognize innovation and technology, as well as education and entrepreneurship in 4IR developing contexts, internationally, regionally, and locally in national level contexts. And capacity building, capabilities building, adaptability, and agility as key drivers to mobilize this potential. We also had natural resources and environmental management, as well as infrastructure development and trade, policy regulation, and the rule of law highlighted as critical drivers and impact factors for governance. Here, issues of mitigation and preparedness around risks, interconnectivity and industrialization across our economies and our markets, and systems coherence and compliance, specifically looking forward to the Africa Governance Report 2023, were highlighted. And finally, a key underlying critical factor was good governance, democracy, and security. And here the role of leadership, participatory governance, and peace was highlighted as key drivers. I'll quickly talk through each of the key scenarios just to highlight what our findings were. The first scenario, the baseline, took an optimistic lens and imagined that in 2063, the majority of the aspirations would have been achieved, although some key aspects would remain unaddressed, including gender equity, environmental disaster risks, and the need to improve access for digital capabilities across African populations. Key steps to an Africa United baseline scenario would be continued uptake and ratification of instruments and protocols, embedding strategic foresight and the continual tracking of governance trends as part of our governance culture, and entrenching monitoring and assessment of progress indicators. The Africa Thriving the Utopia scenario looks at an Africa that has achieved its highest aspirations, specifically based on the development of education, science, technology capabilities, inclusion, participation, and policy ownership by African citizens, so an African-owned, African citizen-driven Africa, and continent-wide consultations. The Africa dystopia, or the worst case scenario, I believe is the one that is informing the continued research looking into Africa governance, the Africa Governance Report 2023. In this scenario, an Africa that has collapsed due to poor leadership and bad governance and no checks and balances is one that is faced in 2063. Especially the neglected needs and demands of African citizens are a key issue and gap area that leads to an Africa defeated scenario. The complete breakdown of African community values due to mismanagement of natural resources, wealth, no rule of law, unmanaged crises, and ineffective and collapsed states are the key features and characteristics of an Africa defeated in 2063. And finally, a surprise scenario that imagines what could emerge from the blind spots of the potential of the continent that we could achieve. And this looks at an Africa lift-off, where Africa's capacities for self-reliance and strong social contract develop a strong citizenry that is able to advance in leaps and bounds across science and technology, taking us to the frontiers of outer space travel. The recommendations that have emerged from these scenarios were based on looking at the compass pointers, which are those policy recommendations based on the ethics and values base of the core informing documents of the African Union. The policy recommendations were also shaped as sustainers, those core policy areas that need to be addressed to maintain a baseline scenario and to maintain a basic operational African Union and African citizenry context. And finally, the pivot points, which will be the ones I would like to focus on. The pivot points are areas where we require additional attention and focus in order to direct the continent towards outcomes we prefer and away from outcomes we don't prefer. Policy recommendations were across 13 different areas, including Africa-led solutions, collaboration, cooperation, and communication, elections, the environment, institutions, peace and security, policy, political economy, political leadership, rule of law, universal rights, women, and youth. In terms of pivot points and gaps, areas where there could be increased focus in order to shift the continent and governance in Africa towards best case outcomes. Pivot points include the intergenerational transition, and here the major gap to address is youth inclusion. And by youth inclusion, we mean not only issues affecting the youth or youth embodied as representatives on our different organs and institutions, but also youth-focused capacities, youth-focused aspirations as well. Digitalization as a major pivot point that could help address the digital divide, equitable access to resources and opportunities as a major pivot point to address gaps in diversity and equity. And then a focus on rebuilding public trust and renewing the social contract as absolutely critical to address trends of social discontent that are increasingly evident across African countries. And finally, the green shift, looking at environmental changes and climate change, and the issue to address here being sustainability. Game changers, issues that could surprise us in governance or where we could see disruptions emerging, include the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and what this may mean for integration across the continent, the development of blockchain technology and particularly its implications for decentralized governance, the participation of women and youth and how this might impact and reshape our agendas and the issues we prioritize, the 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution, digitization and internet penetration, driving innovation and driving potential in this area. And finally, climate change, looking at the possibility of new economies and societies emerging to benefit of the natural resources base of the continent. In closing, I want to highlight some outcomes for good governance that have emerged from the Africa Governance 2021 and that I hope can also feed to the Africa Governance Report 2023. Insofar as the AGR 21 built on the 2019 baseline study, we hope that the 2021 report will contribute to tracking governance trends, analyzing the critical impact factors, and leveraging on those drivers that allow us to achieve good governance, peace, and security across the continent. We trust that the Africa Governance Report 2021 can also underpin, encourage, and promote agile governance that is innovative and adaptable to respond to the various challenges we face. This includes futures insight-based consultations, continuing with the expertise sharing and peer learning culture that is promoted by the APRM and its stakeholders towards contributing to more innovative and effective governance. We also hope the AGR 2021, especially linking to the AGR 2023, can improve alertness to shifts and the ability to mitigate risks early, mobilizing the APRM as a tool for early warning and conflict prevention. And here, a long-term orientation that boosts our short-term focus is critical, especially towards achieving our national and regional development goals. The learning opportunities from the AGR 2021 include a prioritization of the indicators that we wish to monitor and measure towards tracking our progress in achieving the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And we also hope that the thought leadership developed through the collaboration in preparing the AGR 2021 is something that can continue to inform the process of the development of the Africa Governance Report 2023. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for that presentation of the outcomes and recommendations. We'd like now to hear from discussants their point of view based on the findings and the recommendations. Yes, from what we have prepared to present after discussions, would also mind to share a little on what we see as the future 2063 of Africa. And perhaps you think the scenario being built on this research. Translator, interpreter. Okay, I was saying from where you sit and hearing from the presentation on the outcomes and the recommendation based on the 2021 African Government Report, you see us on course for achieving the Africa we want in 2063, and perhaps those recommendations will help us to get where we want to be. You can respond to this, but also you know you have your own presentation of what you have prepared. You're welcome.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur, de me passer la parole.
Thank you, Mr. the Facilitator, for the floor. I would like to thank the APRM for having invited ECAS in this work. We want to thank for the importance that is given to the economic regional blocks to participate to these works. Mr. the Moderator, it is important for us here to commend all the participants who have been participating to the development of the 2021 report. The APRM, AGA, and all the participants, so that this report may be developed, and also realize that it is a report of very good level, high level. So we commend you. I would like to continue also by thanking the South Africa for having welcomed us. We have received a warm welcome and got here. Thank you so much for that. Mr. the Moderator, as I've got only 10 minutes, I would like to go fast. We'll be commending my colleague here. She did a very good presentation because she participated to the development of this report. Mr. the Moderator, I would like to say that the report on governance in Africa, the reports have been launched by the decision of heads of state who asked the APRM with to develop and present this report on the governance on Africa every 2 years. That is the reason why we are here for the launch of the report 2021. And also the words for the development of 2023 report. You will understand that we are in 2022 and we are launching 2021 report. And we are preparing as well a report 2023. It means that we do not have enough time. Report 2021 should have been launched after being adopted in 2021 by the Conference of Heads of States of the African Union, but unfortunately for constraints, it has been delayed to 2022, and it has only been adopted in February this year, 2022. That is why everything that has been scheduled for the implementation of this report have been delayed. That is why today, a few months from the launch of the report for next year, Mr. the Moderator, I'm going to continue by saying that the report here is based on the perspectives of African governance. by 2023. So experts, Africans, and everybody who participated try to think to give a framework for reflection, a long-term vision to the policymakers or all the actors who are working on government. It is a framework document which is going to guide all the decision maker, for the policy maker for our continent. In this report, as it was said, they proposed all those works on this report have suggested. They have proposed 4 scenarios. As it has been explained, I'm not going into details. We are called to a united Africa. We have a scenario of prosperous Africa and a surprise scenario for an Africa that is going up. We are not going to come back to the details because it has been explained deeply, but only I think that when the proposals are given, they are well given, they are well made so that the conscience of everyone is called upon here, because everyone looks at the presentation of the scenarios that were given, that is drawing our attention, that is calling upon our attention, because I want to go to the worst case scenario. You understand with me that we should not even think about it. Decision, we should not even come to that, because that is about the future of our continent. So it is important here that we focus on the scenarios that are sending us to the empowerment of Africa. Those are the 3 scenarios, apart from the scenario, the worst case scenario. All the actors and everybody participating to the decision should try to own and see the decisions that are going to allow improvement, the fulfillment of the objectives of the other 3 scenarios here. Every action that is going to be led, or every action that is not going to be undertaken will have consequences. That is our understanding. So everybody should work towards a positive result for our continent by focusing on the fact that we have to do all our best so that the worst case scenario should just have a smallest percentage. So we have to do all our best so that we should not get to the worst case scenario, to focus on the 3 other scenarios. The report here is proposing us for the implementation of the scenarios, they have suggested, they've given recommendations for us to get to those scenarios. Those recommendations are based on some points. I've tried here to get some points. We have the ratification of instruments, legal instruments of the Union. We know that African Union has got a lot of instruments. If they were signed, ratified, and implemented, we could have been gone far. But we realized that the implementation, even the ratification, is posing a problem, because there are states that are signing but not ratifying. Other states are ratifying but drawing the feet to implement. So everyone should be conscious. We have to sign, to ratify, but also to implement for us to get the results that we are expecting, because it's no use to multiply text if we are not able to implement them. We have to be all of us on the same level. Here the report is calling us to ratify legal instruments and to implement them. And the report as well recommends us the promotion of human resources within the community. I'm going to say here that the report is calling us to the respect and the implementation of human rights. We have charters, we have the African Charter of Human Rights and Population that we have to implement. We have for the participation to the elections, we have good governance. Here, decision makers should integrate all the layers of the society regarding the management of the public thing. Here we are talking about the participation of everyone to the management or the improvement of good governance and the level of life and the state. Also, we have the inclusion of women, people living with disability. So the report is proposing that, and that is very important because here we can see that, of course, we have got a lot of progress in terms of COVID. Women have been integrated, youth have been integrated. We can see here on the panel we have women, there's one man here, we have two men online, we have the youth that is represented as well. They are participating more and more in the high-level forums, and women are being invited as well, the youth is invited also. So we can see a certain improvement at the continental level, and that is encouraging. We have also equity and representation. These are very important recommendations. Every decision maker, every actor regarding public management, especially as part of governance, they have to try to build upon the development of our continent. I'm not going to come back on the recommendations, I mean on the areas of interest which have been mentioned by my colleague here, the support, pivot points, she spoke about nicely. So to gain time, I'm not going to go through that. I would like to give two more comments, or a few comments on the difficulties faced in the implementation on the dissemination point of the report 2021. Just as I've said, there were so many activities that should be undertaken. The conference should have adopted them in 2021 already, but the adoption took place in 2022. That delayed also the implementation. As regards the implementation mechanism for its dissemination, also were delayed. The workshops that should be taking place will not take place because the report has been adopted late. I wanted to say the roadmap of the implementation of the 2021 report was delayed because the report has not been adopted in due course in 2021. So here, the comment that I would like to do here is that all the stakeholders are faced today with a certain challenge, the challenge of the multiplication of work, because we have, first of all, the launch of the report, and then we have as well we have the points that we have to consider for the development of 2023 report. I think we have to consider 2021 report. It is very important. It is a baseline document. So it is important for us to own it, to disseminate it so that we have the repercussions, because we are going towards 2023 report. And 2023 report will talk about unconstitutional change. That is the trend we have these days. We have the conference of Malabo that is coming. All the reflections will feature in the development of the 2023 report. I think it is important right now to say that the 2021 report is very important. We should not forget about it. We have to do all our best to own it. The state should own it. Regions should own it. The continent, because this is a base of work for the future. It is very important. In report 2023, we should not have the current trend, because we have forgotten the work that was done before. That is what I wanted to say. Mr. the Moderator, I would like to come to an end by giving a word on the ECAS. I would like to say that the regional community of the Central Africa states is available. It is ready to strengthen the collaboration, the mechanism of implementation in order to support member states in the ownership of this report and the implementation of the recommendations. That is the ECAS that wants to work with the APRM in order to get to that. That is what Mr. the moderator I had to tell you. Thank you.
Can we give a round of applause? Madam, can I ask one question? Do you think we are getting there? Do you think we are getting there? Pictures 2050.
Oui. Je suis positive. Je sais qu'on peut y arriver.
Yes, I'm positive. Now that we'll get to that, we've done a lot.
Yes, but from our discussion, I carried back home 2 messages. I don't know what you have noted, but I think she has highlighted one important thing, commitment. When she talks about commitment to the shared values and instrument that are supposed to drive us to that future, doesn't see the commitment. Then two, I think she's also challenging the leadership who are supposed to drive this process to the promised land, and she doesn't also see ownership of what outcome we have from our report. But critical things, I think, which she wants to communicate is that we need one critical thing is inclusion. In inclusion, various stakeholders, especially those who have been marginalized, and strategic dissemination of reports and finding the content that people can own them and run with them. So that's what I carry home, of course, among many others that she has shared with us, and we want to thank her for this sharing. I am informed that Dr. Solomon is not available to this moment to share with us his mind on the report. However, I would like to invite Dr. McCloskey if he's online, and I will ask him, let me confirm whether he's online. Dr. McCloskey?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you come on, I would like to add on to what you have prepared. From where you? Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just coming to you, and I would like you to add on what you have prepared. Perhaps a reflection on from the governance perspective. The governance architecture now, does it give light at the end of the tunnel towards 2063? Then secondly, I remember in one of these high-level continental forums, one leader from Africa, former president of this nation, President Becky, asked the question to the high-level meeting. And the question was, do we have the leader that can take us to the promised land 2063? Perhaps you can also reflect on this. And others, do we have the leadership that can deliver us to the 2063 promised land of Africa? And then, of course, from the governance perspective, the governance architecture and the scenario we have from the 2021 report, are we there? Thank you. Dr. McCloskey, you're welcome.
Thank you, moderator. It's my pleasure to join this discussion, which is quite timely today, 2022. And I would like, first of all, to thank my dear sister, Dr. Njeri, for the excellent presentation, which sums up a very important report that we are launching today. And I don't want to really repeat what she has already said. She has articulated the report, the scenarios, the recommendations clearly. So I don't want to repeat that and spoil what she has already done so excellently. Mine is just to make some reflections And in doing that, Chair, and I'll to the questions that you posed, in doing that, I want to suggest that the current condition of our continent is such that when you look at those scenarios, we are caught in a tension. We are caught in a tension as a continent between utopia and dystopia. We're caught in a tension, serious tension between that best case scenario of utopia, Africa thriving, and the worst case scenario of dystopia, Africa, or a failed Africa. So this is the tension that we are caught in. And it then requires us to make concerted efforts towards ensuring the road, that the road we traverse, the road towards utopia, not dystopia. In my view, Agenda 2063 is an idealistic utopia that we want as the continent. That's our idealistic utopia that we want. But that utopia, it gets challenged by a number of hurdles along our way. And she has articulated this, and the report also does that. Things like the conflicts that we were confronted with, terrorism and violent extremism. We are still reeling from the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have a lot of challenges that stand on our way towards the utopia, which is Agenda 2063, and before we get there, we have to achieve 2030 global sustainable development goals. That's the context I want to put here to set the stage for my few remarks that I'm going to make. And I want to make about 5 remarks, Chair, briefly. And here, the way I selected these remarks, the themes that I'm going to address, I've looked carefully at the policy recommendations. And then I asked myself a question. If we're going to African Governance Report number 3, and we have to maintain the synergy among all the 3 of them, AGR 1, 2019, AGR 2, 2021, AGR 3, 2023, there's a story that is coming out. So these are not standalone reports of APRM. APRM is building a story here. And I see that story, at least from the recommendation that Dr. Njeri has shared with us. I see that story as we prepare for the 2023 report. I see that story, there's consistency of some of the themes that affect governance, and which were highlighted in 2019. They kept coming up again in 2021, and it's possible, it's highly possible, that this will also feature in 2023 with the AGR 3. Now, let me highlight those. The first is elections. The first thematic area is elections. And I'm raising the issue of elections because there's a tendency to equate elections with democracy and think that once countries organize and hold regular elections, they are therefore democratic. Not quite. Elections don't amount to democratization per se. Elections may actually undo democratization. So we have to be very mindful. And the reason I'm saying, and this is raised in the report, AGR 2. Now, the reason I'm highlighting this is because we have seen, now as we go to AGR 3, which is going to focus on unconstitutional change of government, we have seen elections contributing to unconstitutional changes of government on our continent. We saw this in Mali in 2020, clearly. We saw that in Mali. The coup in Mali was triggered, among other factors, by elections, the failed election, or contested, not failed, contested election outcome. It's a fact. Now, we've seen this also in Guinea. In Guinea, it was even more complicated because it was not just the election. outcome, which was the referendum. So there was a referendum and an election. So we have to be very mindful about the election, the extent to which they contribute towards a utopia we want in Africa, or they are taking us to this dystopia. So that's theme number one. So this theme, I suspect, may continue to feature even in the third AGR chair. Number one. Number two, the issue of violence in Africa, violence as a method of resolving, differences is a big issue. Violence from community level up to national level, even regional, continental, we still have violence as a method of resolving differences. As we mismanage diversity, we often resort to violence. So conflicts are a major issue. And this will confront us, and they've been compounded by terrorism and violent extremism. That is now affecting almost all the 5 regions of our continent. Southern Africa used to be immune, quote unquote, until recently now with the Cabo Delgado episode that we are seeing, the crisis in northern Mozambique, with the terrorist violent extremism unfolding there. And the implications of that for Southern Africa have not yet been unearthed, but it's a serious menace. Not to talk of violent extremism in other regions, the Lake Chad Basin, the Horn of Africa, in North Africa itself, parts of Central Africa as well. So almost all our 5 regions are affected by this menace. And I'm saying this also deliberately because we have seen instances where the unconstitutional changes of government have been triggered also by these conflicts. For instance, again in Burkina Faso and Mali, where we know for a fact, the coups that happened there, part of the reasons that the pushes advanced for their coup was that they were facing pressure from terrorists and violent extremists, and governments were not providing the necessary support for them to fight the war against terrorists. But while we're at it, I think one factor that we need to also take into account is mercenarism. While we're still dealing with conflicts, is mercenarism. In African conflicts today, there's a lot of mercenarism involved, external mercenaries involved, despite the fact that we have the 1977 Convention Against Mercenarism. So we have external actors, fanning the fire, as we try to deal with the fires. There are those that keep burning. The mercenaries are part of this, a group of external actors. So we have to deal with mercenarism also. And there's a story that has not been confirmed yet, that the coup in Burkina, part of the justification was that the government, Kabore's government had refused to sign an agreement with the mercenary group from Russia. So there's the connection there with mercenarism when we talk about this unconstitutional changes of government. Now, the third area, Chair, is constitutionalism and the rule of law. Constitutionalism and the rule of law. And this theme also, like the two that I mentioned earlier, keep coming since the first AGR, second AGR raises it. I suspect that even the third may still have to raise this issue of constitutionalism and rule of law. We've seen a situation where in Africa, we can say that almost all our countries have constitutions, but we have constitutions without constitutionalism as a foundation. So we have this in paper, but the living experience is of a different order. Right? So the rule of law only exists in paper, but when it comes to the real living experience of African citizens, rule of law is diminished, basically. So we have to find a way of entrenching constitutionalism on the continent and the rule of law. And in that way, we will be in a position to tackle even the arbitrary manipulation, arbitrary changes of constitution to prolong tenure of sitting presidents. This is a challenge, to prolong tenure of sitting presidents. How can we do that? So we need to find a way of dealing with that. The Guinea, again, going back to Guinea, Guinean president, the former president, had just changed the constitution to prolong tenure in office. So it's clear that there was discontent. And this discontent also filtered into the military barracks. Hence, the coup that then happened later on this year. The other substantive issue I want to raise is that of inclusiveness. Inclusiveness. How do we have inclusive governance? Governance that is inclusive, that leaves no one behind, is inclusive of all, in particular the marginalized and vulnerable groups. And my two colleagues also raised the issue of gender equality, youth empowerment, enhancing the lives and livelihoods of minorities, people with disabilities, children, etc. Marginalized groups. How do we deal with those so that nobody is stranded, nobody feels left out, excluded out of the system? Because once you're excluded, you form part of the group that will show discontent, and that discontent will destabilize the system, the governance system, and that discontent often also leads to unconstitutional changes of government. And this leads me to the unconstitutional change, which is the final point I'm making before I come to your 2 points, Chair. I think that the issue of unconstitutional change, we need to be very clear in our minds in this launch, in this meeting, what it means. When we say unconstitutional change, what exactly do we mean? Because I've seen a tendency of reducing unconstitutional change, the notion, to military coups. I want to expand it. Unconstitutional change. Actually, the best part of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance that defines unconstitutional is Article 23 in its entirety. Article 23 of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, subsection 1 up to 5. Paragraphs 1 up to 5, they clearly define what we mean by unconstitutional. And it means a number of things that we need to appreciate. It's not just military coups. No. Military coups, yes, most of us. 2, manipulation of constitutions outside the constitutional framework. That's 2. 3, the rejection of free and fair elections, rejection of democratic and credible elections. That's one part. That's an unconstitutional. 4, mercenarism or dissidents, disrupting a democratically elected government, dislodging it from power. That's an unconstitutional. And 4 and 5. An issue that we often don't deal with, adequately, is the issue of popular uprisings. Popular uprisings that we saw, emerging, we saw coming to the continent in particular in the early 2010, 2011, in North Africa, starting in Tunisia, spreading to Egypt and other parts of North Africa, Libya, etc., etc. We have to grapple with that issue of popular uprisings. Popular uprisings are not a negative phenomenon. No. That's why in 2013, in the solemn declaration when we celebrated the Golden Jubilee of the OAU, our leaders were very clear that they said, we reject unconditionally unconstitutional changes of government, but we support, that's what they said, we support popular uprisings by our people, that's what they said, against repressive regimes. It's in the text, it's in the document. That's what they said. So we shouldn't, when there's popular uprising, we shouldn't look at it in a negative sense. But here is the challenge now. The military, the army, they have noticed that since popular uprisings are not condemned, They infiltrate the popular uprisings, right on the popular uprisings, and usurp power. You see, and they know that by so doing, the AU will be in a tight corner to call it a coup. They will not. You see, so this is the challenge that we face. That we need to find a way in which popular uprisings are not, exploited by those who want to embark on unconstitutional change. Now, these are my points. Now, let me just answer your questions briefly. There are two of them. First, the issue of leadership towards Agenda 2063 is key. The issue of leadership, and this is raised even in the agenda itself, that the agenda can only succeed if we have visionary and transformative leadership. Visionary and transformative leadership. This is the kind of leadership that is that has it's imbued in Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, that embraces Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, and does not only focus on their own self-interests, but on the interests of citizens and of the continent. Do we have that? So we need to cultivate that type of leadership. But leadership, for me, we need to not just look at leadership in terms of leaders as elected. Yes, that's part of the story. But leadership goes beyond just leaders as elected. Leadership has to manifest even in society at local level. So there has to be leadership that cascades upwards from community level, family, community level, upwards to the nation, and to regions, 5 regions, as well as the continent, the African continent as a whole. So that then leadership, we shouldn't look at it in a narrow sense. Now, you asked me about the AGA and its future. The AGA is a very important institutional framework for the African Union in terms of entrenching democratic and participatory governance. There's no doubt about it. And without the AGA, actually, we wouldn't have made the progress that we've seen so far. That's why, if you just to notice how important the AGA is. Of the 7 aspirations, actually, the AGA and APSA together, because they're 2 sides of the same coin, if I may put it that way. AGA and APSA, 2 sides of the same coin. Of the 7 aspirations, there's one specific aspiration, 3, that speaks to AGA. That's how important AGA is. There's one specific aspiration 4, that speaks to APSA. That's how important APSA also is. So we need to find a way of making sure that the two work, the two operate hands in glove. In other words, there's no way AGA can succeed without APSA. There's no way APSA can succeed without AGA. And just to concretize, and this is my last point. We recall that silencing the guns. Silencing the guns is one important initiative of the African Union. And you'll recall that 2020 was also declared as the year of silencing the guns. Now, during that year, not much progress was made on silencing the guns. The deadline was then extended to 2030. Now, we have up until 2030 to ensure that guns are silenced on the continent. We have stability. Now, I want to propose here that without operationalizing fully the AGA, and without synergizing it fully with APSA, we will not realize that dream of silencing the guns. Therefore, we are on track, but we just need to tie the loose ends in terms of positioning AGA strategically vis-a-vis APSA. These are my main interventions, Chair. I would like to thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
We give him a round of applause. Being the doctor of governance is, will always give you more questions than answers. But we like it because it's the reflection forum. But I like the fact that, according to him, election can also be a constitutional way of changing government. And also uprising, not necessarily a bad thing if you can even change the government. So those are the spanners in the work that Dr. McCloskey has thrown for us. But he made very good reflections, and I think moving into the afternoon and also for tomorrow has given us food for thought on the areas we need to examine as we move into African governance report, the next one, the third one. We actually ran out of our time, 30 minutes, but through the controllers of the program, is there one or two other reflections from the floor that you want to put forward? Thank you. Yes, I can see a hand from African Child Rights. Another hand somewhere? Okay. Inclusion is the word. So can we include also the participants, the listeners to this discussion? One hand, please. Go ahead. Or conclude it.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Jerry, for your presentation on the outcomes. And thanks to our discussants, Mrs. Rufina and Dr. Matrosa. I would like to add my voice to the issue raised by Dr. Matrosa on exclusion or inclusion on the other hand. Listening to the recommendations, one very critical group is missing. These are children, aged 0 to 18 years, and they are a sizable percentage of the African population presently, and they are also the future. Their vulnerability due to age, mental capacity, and other factors makes their needs different and unique. And this is noted in, among other documents, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and also in the African Agenda 2063, especially in Aspiration 6, number 47, 48, 53, among others. In all the recommendations, there are issues that are specific to children and child protection. And I would recommend that in the 2023 report, we take children into account. Thank you.
The words are loud and strong. Next to you. Sansa, please take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Ce n'est pas une question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This was not a question. This is not a question. It's simply to contribute in the speech of Dr. Makosa. I think that he's following us. I hope he's following us. It's in connection with the terrorism and overturning of the government. In my point of view, I feel that change, anti-constitutional change, the three last countries which had problems recently, it is different for these countries. For Guinea, it's a matter of the third mandate plus the elimination of the opposition, because the opposition was unable to express itself. As for Mali, there are two levels. First of all, there is the conflict after the elections, because after the legislative or the legal elections, there were problems. The election was questioned, and then at the level of parliament, and there was a division in one of the coalitions, which meant that there were problems at that level. Over and above that, there was a coalition, collusion as far as armament, purchase of armament was concerned. And add that to the fact that there was a problem with the dialogue, because the leaving president would have liked to have a dialogue with the terrorists. But unfortunately, he was confronted with two problems: interior and exterior, because he needed the power in Mali, and certain people were opposed to that. And this brought all the problems, and that, of course, was felt by the population. Let me summarize this. It is in order to enrich the speech of my friend, Dr. Matlosa. As far as Burkina is concerned, first of all, it's a problem of security, safety and security, because there were several cases of deaths of the soldiers at the front, and people were murdered. 200 more and more people were killed. More than 200 were killed. And more recently, there were military people at the front who not only were at the front, but they had nothing to eat, nothing to, no ammunition either. And over and above all that, there was a problem of corruption, because the government paid millions for the purchase of weapons, and unfortunately they were not modern weapons. There were weapons that had already been used somewhere else, and that this created problems within the army. And over and above that, there was another problem: corruption. While the soldiers were dying in the front line, the population had to flee. About 2 million people were moved in the interior. So these people went to the capital of Burkina, and little by little the civil society mobilized young people and mobilized itself. And finally, the military took power. They mobilized and they took the power. I'm saying this to complement what my friend said in his speech.
Thank you very much. As I think we have a bit of time, but it's not the first. Our time is one that I thought would be good for one or two questions on the floor. I'm saying that I think that has to take more than up to here.
Translation.
Say what I want to say. If you want to wind up,
Thank you, dear David. Thank you, colleagues. I love the diplomacy of 30 seconds you give me. I see the excitement and eagerness of everyone being on the UCG, but I'll leave it for later, because right now we're on the AGR 21. I've got some few questions. Thank you very much for the presentation, by the way. Will the AGR 23 follow the same methodology as the one you just explained? Number two, how do we intend to have the recommendations implemented? Will the AUC, APRM engage the member states bilaterally or through the REX? And the third one, has the APRM or AUC identified specific countries based on specific problems? Thank you.
Okay, another one, but last, I think. The last one, I think. I don't know if you can do it before.
Numes Sisa is the name from the Republic of Sierra Leone. I want to thank you for your brilliant presentation. I would like to add my voice. I think most times in Africa, when we talk about democracy, we tend to miss the point, because it's my fervent belief that democracy, people are not satisfied. So leaders must understand that when a group of people are satisfied, others are not satisfied. But also, we must also know that these challenges are surmountable, and we can only achieve the Africa we want if we continue to dialogue, if we continue to engage. And I think we have an asset, the youth, demographic dividend. That is where, as a continent, we need to provide the requisite skills. We need to ensure that the youth are part of the discussion. Because in most cases, when we see uprising, those that are leading the uprisings are the youth. So how do we harness the potential of the youth? Because the youths are the greatest assets of our continent. Thank you.
Most welcome. I think you have foundation for the next session of discussion. A lot of ideas are going, but I'll save them for afternoon and tomorrow. And as we wind up our discussion, do you have anyone but to say before you leave the stage? Same to the if there's anything that should not be more than I take. Just one word or two for your conclusion as we leave the stage.
I'm terribly sorry, the interpreter cannot hear the speaker. That's better. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for having given me the floor. I first of all wanted to say that it is an honor for the African community to have been able to participate in this panel. It is a pleasure. We now understand what the importance is of this report. We have to appropriate it in each of our states, and we have to add recommendations. I would like to, as a message, tell you that our regional economies can only greatly benefit from your contributions. The report will be used in the appropriation of democracy and the improvement of our economies. Thanks for having spoken about the governance in Africa. We need an autonomous governance. This is needed for a better Africa. Thank you.
My friend.
Thank you, facilitating. Just to extend my thanks again for the comments and the attention to the report, to also extend my best wishes as the recommendations are enacted and implemented, and to emphasize again that the foundation of the Africa Governance Report, building on the expanded mandate, is really about tracking those governance trends, analyzing the critical impacts, and leveraging on those areas where we can enact the changes that we want to see. So I believe that as we prepare for the AGR 2023, if we continue with this culture of increasing good governance, we shall make good progress. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our presenter, Dr. Njeri, our discussant, Ms. Rufina Obono, and Dr. McCloud. Thank you very much, and let me hand over constitutionally. And thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. And through you, we thank all members of the panel for excellent presentations. And certainly you deserve another round of applause. We will now break for lunch. It's a human right, so we can't really violate it. and we'll come back in an hour. That will be exactly at 2:30 to resume the rest of our afternoon program. So please, let's be back in an hour. Thank you very much. For lunch, our colleagues from the APRM Secretariat will lead us to where the lunch is served. Bon appétit and merci beaucoup. See you after lunch.
Thank you very much. And we will see you after lunch at 2:30. Thank you.
Comments? Comments? They don't go long until 12:30 because now 2 hours they between when there. Now 11:30 so then at 2:30 then so then they come back. Yes.
Recording stopped.